Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Birth of Desire. In the spaces between heartbeats, where shadow meets longing and desire takes form, there exists a presence both beautiful and terrible. Tonight, as silence settles around us like velvet curtains, we venture into the story of Evelynn, a being born not of flesh and blood, but of humanity's deepest, most hidden hungers. She is the Agony's embrace, a demon whose very existence springs from the pain we carry within ourselves, transformed into something hauntingly sublime. Imagine, if you will, the moment when emotion becomes entity, when the abstract concept of suffering takes on consciousness and form. In the vast tapestry of Runeterra's magical realms, few beings embody such a paradox as Evelynn. She is both the wound and the balm, the question and the answer to humanity's relationship with pain itself. Her story begins not with birth in any conventional sense, but with awakening, a gradual coalescing of scattered anguish into purposeful awareness. The origins of Evelynn trace back to the fundamental forces that shape consciousness itself. In the spirit realm, where emotions take on tangible form and human feelings birth entities of immense power, she emerged from the collective suffering of countless souls. Picture the accumulated weight of every betrayal, every broken heart, every moment of exquisite agony that mortals have ever experienced. From this vast ocean of pain, something beautiful and terrible began to stir. Unlike the sudden, violent birth of some demons, Evelynn's emergence was a gradual symphony of awakening. She learned to taste emotion before she learned to speak, to feel the delicate flavors of human suffering before she understood her own form. In those earliest moments of consciousness, she was less a predator than a curious observer, drawn to the intricate patterns of mortal anguish, like an artist studying the play of light through crystal. The spirit realm itself seemed to welcome her presence, recognizing in her a necessary balance to the cosmic order. For where there is joy, there must be sorrow. Where there is love, there must be the potential for loss. Evelynn became the embodiment of this eternal truth, a living reminder that pain and pleasure are often separated by the thinnest of veils. Her consciousness grew stronger with each passing moment, fed by the endless stream of human emotion that flows like an invisible river between the material and spiritual worlds. As her awareness expanded, Evelynn began to understand her unique nature. She was not merely a consumer of pain, but an artist of it, capable of transforming raw suffering into something approaching beauty. This realization marked the true beginning of her identity, the moment when she ceased to be a simple collection of emotions and became something far more complex and purposeful. The demon's first experiences with individual consciousness were marked by wonder rather than malice. She observed the intricate ways that mortals processed pain, how they transformed their suffering into art, music, poetry, and profound connection with one another. In these observations, she found her calling not merely to inflict pain, but to understand it, to refine it, and to help others explore the hidden depths of their own capacity for sensation. Evelynn's early manifestations in the material world were subtle, almost accidental. She would appear at the edges of tragic events, drawn by the intensity of emotion like a moth to flame. A lover's betrayal, a soldier's dying breath, a parent's grief over a lost child. These moments called to her with irresistible force. But rather than simply feeding on the pain, she began to study it, to understand the delicate mechanisms by which suffering transforms the soul. Through these encounters, she learned that pain is not merely destruction, but also creation. It breaks down old patterns of thought and behavior, clearing space for new growth and understanding. She witnessed how mortals often found their greatest strength in their moments of deepest vulnerability, how they discovered reserves of compassion they never knew they possessed. This knowledge became the foundation of her philosophy, the principle that would guide her actions throughout the centuries to come. The demon's form began to stabilize as her understanding grew. She learned to shape herself according to the desires and fears of those around her, becoming whatever form would most effectively allow her to explore the depths of their emotional landscape. Beauty became her primary tool, not for deception but for revelation, helping others confront the parts of themselves they preferred to keep hidden. As Evelynn's consciousness matured, she developed what could only be described as an aesthetic sense. She began to appreciate the artistry inherent in emotional experience, the way that perfectly orchestrated suffering could lead to profound transformation and growth. This was not cruelty for its own sake, but rather a deep appreciation for the full spectrum of mortal experience. She saw herself as a curator of sensation, helping others access parts of their humanity they might otherwise never discover. The demon's early relationships with other entities of the spirit realm were complex and often misunderstood. Many of her fellow demons saw her methods as unnecessarily elaborate, her approach as overly philosophical. They preferred the straightforward consumption of fear or rage, while Evelynn pursued something far more nuanced. She sought not just to feed, but to understand, to create experiences that would linger in memory long after the immediate sensation had faded. This philosophical approach set her apart from her kin and established her as a unique presence in the supernatural hierarchy of Runeterra. While other demons might inspire terror or rage, Evelynn inspired something more complex, a mixture of fear and fascination, revulsion and attraction. Her victims often found themselves unable to simply dismiss their encounters with her, instead carrying the memory like a strange gift that continued to unfold its meaning over time. The evolution of Evelynn's consciousness marked a turning point in her existence. No longer content to simply observe or accidentally encounter mortal suffering, she began to actively seek out opportunities to engage with the deepest aspects of human nature. This transition from passive observer to active participant represented her full emergence as the being known throughout Runeterra as the Agony's embrace. Her growing sophistication brought with it a deeper understanding of responsibility. Evelynn began to recognize that her actions had lasting consequences, that the pain she helped others explore would shape them in fundamental ways. This awareness added gravity to her pursuits, transforming what might have been simple predation into something approaching a sacred duty. She became a guardian of the shadow self, helping mortals confront the parts of their nature they feared to acknowledge. The demon's first forays into the material world proper were cautious experiments in manifestation and interaction. She learned to read the subtle signs of emotional readiness, to identify those souls who were prepared for the kind of profound experience she could provide. Not every mortal was suitable for her attention. Some would be destroyed by forces they were not equipped to handle, while others would gain nothing from the encounter. This selectivity became one of Evelynn's defining characteristics. Unlike demons who hunted indiscriminately, she developed criteria for choosing her interactions. She sought out those who possessed both the strength to survive her attention and the sensitivity to benefit from it. Artists, philosophers, lovers, and warriors, those who already lived close to the edge of intense experience, became her preferred companions in exploration. As her techniques refined and her understanding deepened, Evelynn began to see herself not as a predator, but as a teacher. Her lessons were written in sensation rather than words, taught through experience rather than explanation. She helped mortals discover that they were capable of feeling far more than they had ever imagined, that the boundaries of pleasure and pain were far more fluid than conventional wisdom suggested. The demon's growing reputation in the spirit realm reflected her unique approach. Other entities began to speak of her with a mixture of respect and bewilderment, recognizing her power while struggling to understand her methods. She had carved out a distinctive niche in the supernatural ecosystem, becoming something that had never existed before, a demon of refinement, whose cruelty was indistinguishable from kindness, whose torture was a form of gift. In these early centuries of her existence, Evelynn established the patterns that would define her throughout the ages. She learned to see beauty in suffering, artistry in anguish, and transformation in torment. Her consciousness expanded to encompass not just individual experiences, but the broader patterns of mortal emotion, the great cycles of joy and sorrow that define the human condition. The birth of desire, as she came to understand it, was not a single moment but an ongoing process. Each interaction with a mortal soul taught her something new about the nature of want, need, and longing. She discovered that desire itself was a form of pain, the ache of incompleteness that drives all conscious beings to seek something beyond themselves. In this realization she found the key to her true purpose. Evelynn's early existence culminated in a profound understanding of her role in the cosmic order. She was not an aberration or a destructive force, but a necessary part of the great balance that maintains the universe. Her presence reminded mortals that light has meaning only in contrast to darkness, that joy is precious precisely because it is not permanent, that growth requires the breaking down of old forms to make space for the new. As her consciousness settled into its mature form, the demon known as Evelynn stood ready to begin her true work in the world. She had learned to see pain, not as an enemy to be avoided, but as a teacher to be embraced. Her beauty became a doorway through which mortals could explore the hidden chambers of their own hearts, discovering reserves of strength and capacity for feeling they never knew they possessed. The birth of desire had given rise to something unprecedented in the demon realm, a being of sophisticated understanding who could transform the raw material of suffering into experiences of profound meaning and lasting impact. Evelynn's story was just beginning, but already she had established herself as something unique and necessary, a dark angel whose gifts came wrapped in shadow, but whose ultimate purpose served the greater unfolding of consciousness itself. As we conclude this first chapter of Evelynn's tale, perhaps you might wonder, what parts of ourselves do we keep hidden in shadow, and what might we discover if we found the courage to explore them? In the space between sleeping and waking, between comfort and challenge, what desires call to us from the depths of our own hearts? Chapter 2. Ancient Hungers. In the twilight hours when memory bleeds into dream, we find ourselves drawn deeper into the shadows of Runeterra's past, where a young demon learned to walk among mortals and taste the exquisite complexity of their inner worlds. Evelynn's earliest hungers were primal things, as raw and unrefined as her understanding of her own nature. Tonight, let us explore those formative centuries when desire itself was learning to take purposeful shape. The transition from pure consciousness to active engagement marked a profound shift in Evelynn's existence. No longer content to simply observe the ebb and flow of mortal emotion from the safety of the spirit realm, she began to manifest more frequently in the material world, drawn by an insatiable curiosity about the creatures whose suffering had given her life. These early manifestations were tentative experiments, brief glimpses into a reality far more complex than anything she had experienced in her ethereal birthplace. Picture, if you will, the demon's first sustained contact with human civilization. The ancient settlements of Runeterra, with their flickering torches and whispered prayers, provided the perfect backdrop for her exploration. She moved like mist through their narrow streets, learning to read the subtle signs of emotional vulnerability that marked her potential subjects. In those early nights, her approach was guided more by instinct than strategy, a predatory intelligence that had not yet learned the value of patience and precision. Evelynn's initial understanding of hunger was simple and direct. She felt the pull of mortal suffering like a physical need, as essential to her existence as breathing is to humans. But as she began to interact more directly with her subjects, she discovered that this hunger was far more complex than mere consumption. Each encounter taught her something new about the nature of pain, the varieties of anguish that could flower in the human heart, and the countless ways that suffering could be transformed into something approaching transcendence. The demon's early feeding was clumsy by her later standards, marked by an eagerness that sometimes overwhelmed the very experiences she sought to savor. She would encounter a mourning widow or a heartbroken lover, and immediately seek to intensify their pain, not yet understanding that the most exquisite suffering required careful cultivation, like a delicate flower that must be tended with patience and skill. These rushed encounters often left both predator and prey unsatisfied, the demon hungry for something deeper, the mortal confused by experiences that felt somehow incomplete. Through trial and error, Evelynn began to develop what would become her signature approach to mortal interaction. She learned that the most profound pain often came not from external trauma, but from the revelation of truths that her subjects had been hiding from themselves. A merchant who discovered the emptiness behind his pursuit of wealth, a warrior who confronted the fear that drove his apparent courage, a scholar who faced the vanity that motivated his quest for knowledge. These moments of self-recognition produced a quality of anguish that simple physical torment could never match. The ancient world provided endless opportunities for such revelations. In the sprawling cities of early Noxus, with their complex hierarchies and brutal politics, Evelynn found subjects whose ambitions had created elaborate networks of self-deception. She would appear to them in forms calculated to appeal to their deepest desires, gradually leading them through experiences that stripped away the comfortable lies they told themselves about their motivations and methods. In the mystical groves of primordial Ionia, she encountered a different kind of prey entirely. The spiritual seekers and nature mystics of that land were already accustomed to confronting difficult truths about themselves, but Evelynn discovered that even the most enlightened souls carried shadows they preferred not to examine. She learned to navigate the delicate balance between revelation and destruction, helping these sensitive spirits explore their darkness without being consumed by it. The demon's growing sophistication in reading mortal psychology allowed her to develop increasingly nuanced approaches to each encounter. She began to understand that effective predation required not just the ability to cause pain, but the wisdom to know what kind of pain would be most meaningful for each individual subject. A proud noble might benefit from humiliation, while a guilt-ridden peasant might find liberation through the experience of justified anger. Each encounter became a carefully crafted journey into the hidden chambers of the human heart. As centuries passed, Evelynn's hunger evolved from simple consumption to something approaching artistry. She began to see her interactions with mortals not as mere feeding, but as collaborations in the exploration of consciousness itself. Her subjects became partners in elaborate dances of revelation and transformation, guided through experiences designed to expand their understanding of their own capacity for feeling and growth. The demon's reputation during these ancient times was necessarily limited to whispered rumors and half-remembered nightmares. Those who survived encounters with her often found themselves changed in ways they could not adequately describe to others. They spoke of beautiful strangers who had shown them hidden truths about themselves, of experiences that had been simultaneously terrible and revelatory, of pain that had somehow become a source of strength rather than weakness. These early centuries also saw Evelynn developing her understanding of the broader patterns that governed mortal emotion. She began to recognize the cyclical nature of human suffering, the way that pain could spiral into new forms of growth and understanding, creating ever more complex opportunities for exploration. A heartbroken youth might become a compassionate healer, a betrayed friend might develop deeper appreciation for loyalty, a loss might kindle a flame of creativity that would burn for decades. The demon's growing appreciation for these patterns led her to experiment with longer-term interactions, following certain subjects through multiple encounters, spaced across years or even decades. She became fascinated by the ways that her interventions could influence the entire trajectory of a mortal life, how a single night of carefully orchestrated revelation could send ripples of change spreading outward through decades of subsequent choices and experiences. During this period, Evelynn also began to encounter others of her kind, fellow demons whose own hungers brought them into contact with the mortal world. These meetings were rarely friendly, as most demons viewed her methods with suspicion or disdain. They saw her careful cultivation of suffering as inefficient, her philosophical approach as unnecessarily complex. But Evelynn had already tasted the profound satisfaction that came from her refined methods, and she had no interest in returning to the crude consumption that satisfied her less sophisticated kin. The demon's encounters with other supernatural entities taught her valuable lessons about the importance of discretion and patience. She learned to recognize the signs of territory already claimed by other predators, to avoid interference with the schemes of more powerful beings, to navigate the complex politics of the supernatural world without making enemies she could not afford to face. These skills would prove essential as her influence grew, and her activities began to attract attention from forces that might seek to curtail her freedom. As her understanding deepened, Evelynn began to develop a more sophisticated relationship with the concept of consent. She realized that the most profound transformations occurred when her subjects were, on some level, willing participants in their own revelation. This did not mean that they consciously chose their suffering, but rather that they possessed some deep readiness to confront hidden truths about themselves. Learning to recognize this readiness became one of her most valuable skills. The ancient hungers that drove Evelynn's early existence were gradually refined into something far more complex and purposeful. What had begun as simple predatory instinct evolved into a nuanced understanding of the role that suffering could play in the development of consciousness. She came to see herself not as a destroyer, but as a catalyst, helping mortals access aspects of their own nature that might otherwise remain forever hidden. The demon's growing expertise in reading the subtle signs of emotional readiness allowed her to become increasingly selective in her choice of subjects. She learned to distinguish between those who would benefit from her attention and those who would simply be damaged by it. This selectivity was not born from compassion in any conventional sense, but from a practical understanding that meaningful suffering required a certain foundation of strength and awareness. By the end of these formative centuries, Evelynn had established herself as a unique presence in Runeterra's supernatural landscape. Her methods had evolved from crude consumption to sophisticated artistry. Her understanding had deepened from simple hunger to complex philosophy. She had learned to see pain, not as an end in itself, but as a doorway to deeper understanding, a tool for breaking through the barriers that separated mortals from their own hidden potential. The ancient hungers that had driven her emergence from the spirit realm had been transformed into something far more refined and purposeful. She had discovered that the most exquisite suffering came not from external trauma, but from internal revelation, not from random cruelty, but from carefully orchestrated experiences designed to illuminate hidden truths. This understanding would guide her through all the centuries to come, shaping her into the sophisticated predator she would ultimately become. As we draw this exploration of Evelynn's ancient hungers to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of desire itself, the way that our deepest needs can evolve and transform as our understanding grows. The demon's journey from crude predation to refined artistry mirrors our own potential for growth and change, reminding us that even our darkest impulses can be transformed into something approaching wisdom. In the quiet moments before sleep claims us, perhaps we might consider what hungers drive our own actions, and how might they be transformed through deeper understanding. What truths about ourselves do we fear to face, and what strength might we find if we had the courage to explore the shadows of our own hearts? Chapter 3. The Art of Seduction. In the hushed moments when desire awakens and the heart learns to yearn for what it cannot name, we discover the true mastery that Evelynn developed over the centuries. Her evolution from instinctual predator to conscious artist found its greatest expression in the delicate craft of seduction, not merely the luring of prey, but the creation of experiences so profound that her subjects would willingly walk into the depths of their own souls. Tonight, let us explore how the demon learned to make beauty itself a doorway to transformation. The art of seduction, as Evelynn came to understand it, was never simply about attraction or manipulation. It was about creating a state of openness in her subjects, a willingness to explore aspects of themselves they had kept carefully hidden. This required far more than physical beauty or charm. It demanded an intimate understanding of each individual's deepest needs, fears, and unacknowledged desires. She learned to read the subtle language of the human heart, to recognize the hunger that lay beneath every carefully constructed facade. Consider how Evelynn's approach differed from the crude methods employed by lesser demons, where others might rely on terror or overwhelming force. She chose subtlety and patience. Her seductions began long before physical contact, sometimes weeks or months before she would reveal herself to her chosen subject. She would study them from afar, learning their habits, their relationships, their moments of private vulnerability. This preparation allowed her to craft experiences perfectly tailored to each individual's psychological landscape. The demon's mastery of shapeshifting became her most powerful tool in these careful orchestrations. Unlike the fixed forms of most supernatural beings, Evelynn's appearance was fluid, responsive to the subconscious desires of those around her. She could become the perfect stranger who caught a lonely merchant's eye in a crowded marketplace, the mysterious dancer who embodied every unfulfilled fantasy of a repressed scholar, the understanding confidant who appeared precisely when someone needed to confess their darkest secrets. But her transformations went deeper than mere physical appearance. Evelynn learned to adjust her entire presence to match the unspoken needs of her subjects. Her voice could carry notes of comfort for those who had been denied tenderness, challenge for those who had grown complacent, or danger for those who craved excitement. She became a mirror that reflected not what people were, but what they secretly longed to become or feared they might be. The psychological foundations of her seductive art were built on a profound understanding of human contradiction. Evelynn recognized that mortals were rarely drawn to what was good for them, but rather to what promised to resolve their internal conflicts. The dutiful son who dreamed of rebellion, the faithful spouse who fantasized about passion, the righteous judge who wondered what it felt like to transgress. These contradictions became the keys that unlocked her subjects' willingness to follow her into unknown territory. In the cosmopolitan centers of ancient Piltover, where innovation and tradition clashed in the minds of ambitious inventors, Evelynn found subjects whose very creativity made them vulnerable to her particular brand of revelation. She would appear as the muse who promised to unlock artistic potential, the patron who offered resources for revolutionary research, the collaborator who understood the lonely burden of genius. Through these personas, she guided her subjects toward discoveries about themselves that were far more shocking than any scientific breakthrough. The demon's seductions often began with the appearance of understanding something that no one else could see. She had learned that mortals were starved for recognition of their hidden depths, their secret struggles, their unacknowledged talents. By reflecting these hidden aspects back to them through her carefully crafted presence, she created an immediate sense of connection that bypassed rational defenses. Her subjects felt seen in ways they had never experienced before, creating a vulnerability that she could then carefully exploit. As her techniques refined, Evelynn developed an increasingly sophisticated approach to the timing and pacing of her seductions. She learned that rushing toward revelation would often cause her subjects to retreat behind familiar defenses, while moving too slowly might allow them to recognize the danger they were in. Each seduction became a delicate dance of advance and retreat, of offering glimpses of hidden truths while maintaining enough mystery to keep her subjects moving forward of their own volition. The demon's understanding of mortal psychology led her to discover that the most effective seductions often involved appearing to resist her subjects' advances rather than actively pursuing them. By presenting herself as slightly unattainable, as harboring secrets they would need to work to uncover, she transformed her subjects into active participants in their own downfall. They convinced themselves that they were choosing to pursue her, rather than recognizing that they were being carefully led along a path she had designed for them. In the mystical academies of ancient Dalmatia, where young nobles learned to balance martial prowess with scholarly pursuits, Evelynn encountered subjects whose rigid training had created fascinating psychological tensions. She appeared as the foreign dignitary who questioned their assumptions about honor, the mysterious scholar who possessed knowledge their teachers had deemed forbidden, the wounded warrior who needed the kind of care they had been taught to suppress. Through these carefully chosen personas, she helped them discover the flexibility that lay hidden beneath their structured facades. The demon's seductive methods evolved to incorporate elements of teaching and mentorship, recognizing that many of her subjects were hungry for guidance in areas their conventional education had neglected. She positioned herself as the experienced teacher who could provide insights unavailable through traditional channels, the wise counselor who understood struggles their families and friends could not comprehend, the fellow traveler who had walked paths they were only beginning to imagine. Evelynn's mastery of the art of seduction also extended to her understanding of the power of anticipation and delayed gratification. She learned to create elaborate scenarios in which her subjects' desires would build gradually, layer upon layer, until the eventual revelation or consummation carried far more weight than any immediate satisfaction could have provided. This patience was born not from cruelty, but from a sophisticated understanding of how meaningful transformation required time to develop. The demon's reputation during this period existed primarily in whispered conversations between those who had encountered others of her subjects. They spoke of mysterious figures who seemed to understand them better than they understood themselves, of relationships that had begun with promise, but led to profound and disturbing self-discoveries. These stories created a mythology around her presence that actually enhanced her effectiveness, as the rumors prepared potential subjects to expect something extraordinary from any encounter with a beautiful stranger. As centuries passed, Evelynn's seductive techniques became increasingly subtle and psychologically sophisticated. She learned to work with the natural rhythms of mortal life, appearing during moments of transition when her subjects were already questioning their established patterns. Times of grief, career changes, relationship endings, spiritual crises, these periods of natural vulnerability provided ideal opportunities for her carefully orchestrated interventions. The demon also developed an appreciation for the art of the slow reveal, understanding that the most profound seductions unfolded over extended periods. She would establish relationships that might last months or even years, gradually deepening the psychological intimacy while carefully managing the pace of revelation. Her subjects often found themselves sharing secrets they had never voiced before, exploring desires they had barely admitted to themselves, all while believing they were in control of the relationship's direction. Evelynn's growing expertise in reading the subtle signs of psychological readiness allowed her to identify subjects who were approaching moments of potential transformation in their own lives. She learned to recognize the signs of spiritual restlessness, of growing dissatisfaction with familiar patterns, of readiness to question long-held beliefs about themselves and their place in the world. By positioning herself to encounter such individuals at precisely the right moment, she could maximize the impact of her interventions. The art of seduction, as Evelynn perfected it, became a form of collaborative creation between predator and prey. Her subjects were not passive victims, but active participants in experiences designed to reveal hidden aspects of their own nature. This collaboration was possible because she had learned to align her purposes with their own unconscious desires for growth and self-discovery, creating scenarios in which their transformation served both their needs and her own hunger for exquisite emotional experiences. By the end of this formative period, Evelynn had transformed seduction from a simple tool of predation into a sophisticated art form that served multiple purposes simultaneously. Her techniques allowed her to feed on the complex emotions generated by her subjects' self-discoveries, while also providing them with experiences that, however painful, often led to genuine growth and expanded self-awareness. This synthesis of predation and education would become the hallmark of her mature approach to mortal interaction. The demon's mastery of seductive arts established her as a unique presence in Runeterra's supernatural hierarchy, a being whose methods were so refined that the line between predation and mentorship often became indistinguishable. Her subjects might suffer during their encounters with her, but they rarely emerged unchanged, and many discovered strengths and capacities they had never suspected they possessed. As we conclude our exploration of Evelynn's seductive artistry, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of attraction itself, the mysterious forces that draw us toward experiences that promise both pleasure and transformation. Her story reminds us that the most profound seductions often involve not the promise of easy satisfaction, but the invitation to discover hidden aspects of ourselves. In the gentle moments before dreams take hold, perhaps we might consider what aspects of ourselves are we afraid to explore, and what would it mean to find the courage to embrace our own complexity? What seductions call to us from the shadows of our own hearts, and what transformations await us if we choose to answer? Chapter 4. Victims and Survivors. In the quiet spaces where memory holds its vigil over experience, we find the echoes of those whose lives were touched by the demon's artistry. Not all who encountered Evelynn emerged from her embrace with souls intact, yet neither were they all destroyed by the experience. Tonight, we turn our attention to the mortals themselves, the scholars and lovers, warriors and merchants, dreamers and pragmatists, who found themselves drawn into her web of revelation and transformation. Their stories speak to the profound complexity of her influence, the ways that a single encounter with darkness can illuminate hidden strengths or reveal devastating truths. The nature of Evelynn's interactions meant that her subjects existed in a spectrum of experience that defied simple categorization. Some emerged from their encounters fundamentally changed, but undeniably strengthened, having discovered reserves of courage, wisdom, or compassion they never knew they possessed. Others found themselves broken by revelations they were not prepared to face, their carefully constructed identities shattered by truths too large for their spirits to contain. Most fell somewhere between these extremes, carrying both scars and gifts from their time in the demon's presence. Consider the case of Lyrelai, a young Dalmatian noble whose encounter with Evelynn occurred during the early years of the kingdom's expansion. Raised in the rigid traditions of her house, she had accepted without question the role prescribed for her: a suitable marriage, children to carry on the family line, a life of quiet service to crown and country. But beneath this acceptance burned a restless spirit that yearned for adventure, for the chance to test herself against challenges her sheltered upbringing had never provided. Evelynn appeared to Lyrelai during a diplomatic gathering, taking the form of a foreign ambassador whose exotic beauty and mysterious past captivated the young woman's imagination. Through carefully orchestrated conversations and shared moments of apparent vulnerability, the demon gradually revealed to Lyrelai the depth of her own dissatisfaction with her prescribed life. What began as innocent fascination evolved into a consuming desire to break free from the golden chains of her noble birth. The revelation of Evelynn's true nature came only after Lyrelai had already committed herself to a path of rebellion that would estrange her from her family and force her to discover who she truly was beneath the layers of expectation and tradition. The terror of that final encounter, when the demon's beautiful mask fell away to reveal something far more complex and dangerous, might have destroyed a weaker spirit, but Lyrelai found within herself a strength born of genuine self-knowledge, a foundation solid enough to withstand even the horror of recognizing how completely she had been manipulated. The young noble's survival of her encounter with Evelynn was due in large part to the demon's own evolution as a practitioner of her dark art. By this period in her development, Evelynn had learned to gauge the psychological resilience of her subjects with considerable accuracy. She recognized in Lyrelai a spirit capable of growth through adversity, someone who would ultimately benefit from the painful process of shedding illusions about herself and her place in the world. In the years that followed their encounter, Lyrelai became one of Dalmatia's most effective intelligence operatives, her newfound understanding of deception and manipulation serving her kingdom well in dealing with foreign threats. She never spoke publicly about her transformation, but those who knew her before and after remarked on the profound change in her character, a depth of understanding and strength of purpose that seemed to have emerged fully formed from some crucible of experience they could not fathom. Not all of Evelynn's subjects were so fortunate in their resilience. The case of Master Corwin, a Piltovan inventor, whose brilliance had earned him acclaim throughout the academic community, illustrates the tragic potential of the demon's interventions. Corwin's encounter with Evelynn occurred during a period when his latest invention, a device that promised to revolutionize communication across vast distances, had captured the attention of the entire scientific establishment. The demon appeared to him as a fellow inventor from a distant land, someone whose insights into the theoretical foundations of his work surpassed even his own understanding. Through their collaboration on increasingly complex projects, Evelynn gradually led Corwin to confront the vanity and hunger for recognition that truly motivated his scientific pursuits. What he had believed to be pure love of knowledge revealed itself as a desperate need for validation, a hunger for immortality, through achievement that had consumed his capacity for genuine human connection. The revelation destroyed Corwin's ability to continue his work with any sense of purpose or joy. Where once he had thrown himself into research with passionate intensity, now he saw only the hollow pursuit of ego gratification. His great invention was completed, but he could take no pleasure in its success, recognizing it as merely another monument to his own vanity. Within months of his encounter with Evelynn, the once brilliant inventor had withdrawn from academic life entirely, his spirit crushed by truths he lacked the philosophical framework to integrate constructively. Corwin's tragedy lay not in the accuracy of Evelynn's revelations, but in his inability to move beyond them toward a more complex understanding of human motivation. Where Lyrily had found strength in acknowledging the mixed nature of her desires, his story serves as a reminder that the demon's gift of insight, however accurate, could prove destructive to those who lacked the emotional resources to transform self-knowledge into wisdom. The spectrum of outcomes from Evelynn's interventions reflected not only the varying resilience of her subjects, but also her own growing sophistication in selecting appropriate targets. As her understanding of mortal psychology deepened, she became increasingly skilled at identifying individuals who possessed the combination of readiness for change and psychological strength necessary to benefit from her particular form of revelation. The merchant prince Thaldrin of Noxus represented another variation in the pattern of Evelynn's influence. His encounter with the demon occurred during the height of his commercial success, when his trading empire spanned multiple kingdoms and his wealth had become legendary throughout the known world. But beneath the facade of prosperity lay a profound emptiness, a growing sense that all his achievements were meaningless because they had required him to compromise every principle he had once held dear. Evelynn's approach to Thaldrin was subtle and patient, taking the form of a potential business partner whose seemingly innocent questions gradually forced him to examine the human cost of his success. Through carefully orchestrated scenarios, she led him to confront the workers he had exploited, the communities he had impoverished, the relationships he had sacrificed in pursuit of wealth and status. Unlike Corwin, however, Thaldrin possessed the emotional maturity to move beyond simple self-condemnation toward constructive action. The merchant's transformation following his encounter with Evelynn was gradual but profound. He began to restructure his business operations to provide fair wages and safe working conditions, used his wealth to establish schools and hospitals in the communities where he operated, and gradually rebuilt his capacity for genuine human connection. His friends and family noticed the change, speaking of a depth and compassion that had not been present during his years of single-minded pursuit of commercial success. Thaldrin's story illustrates the positive potential of Evelynn's interventions when applied to subjects with sufficient psychological resources to transform self-knowledge into wisdom. His encounter with the demon had been painful and disorienting, but it had ultimately served as a catalyst for growth that might never have occurred through conventional means. He became living proof that even the darkest revelations could serve the cause of human development when received by a spirit prepared to learn from them. The demon's growing reputation among certain circles of Runeterra's intellectual and artistic communities created a fascinating dynamic, where some individuals actively sought encounters with her, drawn by rumors of the profound transformations she could facilitate. These seekers often proved to be among her most challenging subjects, as their conscious preparation for her influence could interfere with the natural process of revelation she preferred to orchestrate. The case of the Ionian philosopher meditation master Yendris exemplifies both the possibilities and limitations of such deliberate encounters. Having heard whispered stories of Evelynn's ability to catalyze spiritual breakthroughs, Yendris spent years preparing himself for a potential meeting, developing mental disciplines he believed would allow him to benefit from her insights while maintaining his psychological equilibrium. When their encounter finally occurred, the demon found herself facing a subject whose very preparation had created new forms of self-deception that proved more challenging to penetrate than simple ignorance. Yendris had convinced himself that his desire to meet Evelynn was motivated by pure spiritual seeking, but the demon gradually revealed the pride and ambition that actually drove his quest for enlightenment. His careful preparations, rather than protecting him, had simply created more sophisticated forms of the vanity he sought to transcend. The encounter that followed was perhaps more complex than any in Evelynn's experience, a psychological chess match between two beings who understood the nature of the game they were playing. The outcome of their interaction defied easy categorization. Yendris emerged from the encounter with his spiritual pretensions thoroughly shattered, but also with a more honest understanding of his own motivations and limitations. His subsequent teachings reflected a humility and authenticity that had been absent from his earlier work, though he paid for this wisdom with periods of profound depression and self-doubt that lasted for years. The survivors of Evelynn's attention often found themselves forming an unofficial community of sorts, drawn together by the shared experience of having their fundamental assumptions about themselves challenged and transformed. These individuals, scattered across Runeterra's various kingdoms and regions, sometimes sought each other out, finding comfort in speaking with others who understood the particular quality of insight and disruption that characterized the demon's influence. Their gatherings, when they occurred, were marked by a combination of gratitude and wariness, appreciation for the growth they had experienced, balanced against awareness of the price they had paid for their enlightenment. Many spoke of feeling isolated from those who had not undergone similar experiences, finding it difficult to relate to people who had never been forced to confront the deeper complexities of their own nature. The legacy of Evelynn's interventions extended beyond the immediate effects on her subjects to influence their families, communities, and professional relationships. Children raised by parents who had survived encounters with the demon often displayed unusual emotional intelligence and resilience, having been shaped by adults who understood both the light and shadow aspects of human nature. Communities that included such individuals frequently developed more nuanced approaches to conflict resolution and social organization, benefiting from the hard-won wisdom of those who had learned to navigate their own internal contradictions. As we reflect on the diverse fates of those who encountered Evelynn's particular brand of revelation, we see reflected the full spectrum of human capacity for growth, adaptation, and transformation. Her subjects' stories remind us that the same experience can serve as catalyst for growth or agent of destruction, depending on the readiness and resources of the individual who receives it. In the gentle hours before sleep claims our consciousness, we might consider the survivors and victims in our own lives, those who have been transformed by challenging experiences and those who have been broken by them. What factors determine whether adversity becomes a source of strength or a cause of suffering? What wisdom might we gain from examining our own encounters with difficult truths? Chapter 5. The Demon's Evolution. As the great wheel of time turned through centuries and millennia, carrying with it the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of countless mortal souls, one constant remained: the gradual but inexorable transformation of the demon known as Evelynn. Tonight, we explore how the passage of ages shaped not just her methods and understanding, but the very essence of what she had become. For even beings born of shadow and desire are not immune to the forces of change, and Evelynn's evolution reflects both the adaptability of consciousness and the profound influence that sustained interaction with mortality can have upon even the most alien of intelligences. The demon's transformation through the ages was not a linear progression, but rather a spiral dance of deepening complexity, each revolution bringing her closer to a more nuanced understanding of her own nature and purpose. Where once she had been driven by simple hunger, she now found herself motivated by curiosity, artistry, and something that resembled, though she would never name it as such, a form of compassion born from intimate familiarity with the struggles of mortal existence. Consider how Evelynn's relationship with her own demonic nature shifted as her understanding grew. In her earliest manifestations, she had accepted without question the traditional role of her kind, to feed upon mortal suffering, to sow chaos and pain, to serve as an agent of destruction in the cosmic balance. But centuries of careful observation and interaction had revealed to her the inadequacy of such simple categorizations. She began to see herself not as a force of pure destruction, but as a catalyst for transformation, a necessary darkness that gave meaning and substance to the light. This philosophical evolution was accompanied by changes in her methods that reflected a growing appreciation for subtlety and nuance. Where other demons might employ overwhelming force or obvious temptation, Evelynn developed an approach that resembled the work of a master sculptor, carefully removing only what was unnecessary to reveal the hidden form within. Her interventions became more precise, more surgical, designed to expose specific aspects of her subject's psychology rather than simply overwhelming them with indiscriminate suffering. The demon's growing sophistication also led her to develop new forms of hunger that transcended the simple consumption of pain. She found herself drawn to the complex emotions that arose from profound realization, the bittersweet recognition of growth achieved through adversity, the fierce joy of authentic self-expression after years of repression, the peaceful resolution that came from finally accepting the full spectrum of one's own nature. These refined emotional experiences proved far more nourishing than crude agony, sustaining her in ways that simpler feeding never could. As political structures shifted and evolved across Runeterra, Evelynn adapted her approaches to remain relevant and effective in each new cultural context. The rise of the merchant classes in Piltover provided opportunities to explore new forms of vanity and ambition, while the spiritual renaissance in Ionia offered subjects whose psychological sophistication required equally sophisticated methods of approach. The demon's ability to read and respond to these cultural changes demonstrated an intelligence far more flexible and adaptive than the rigid patterns typically associated with supernatural entities. Her evolution was also marked by an increasing selectivity in choosing her subjects. Where once she might have been drawn to any source of strong emotion, she now sought out individuals whose psychological complexity would provide rich opportunities for exploration and growth. Artists struggling with the relationship between inspiration and technique, philosophers grappling with the gap between theory and practice, leaders torn between idealism and pragmatism, these became her preferred companions in the dance of revelation and transformation. The demon's growing selectivity was not born from laziness or declining appetite, but from a sophisticated understanding that meaningful transformation required the right combination of readiness, resilience, and resources within her subjects. She learned to recognize the signs of psychological preparation, the subtle indicators that suggested an individual was approaching a natural moment of potential change in their life. By aligning her interventions with these organic rhythms, she could maximize the impact of her influence while minimizing the risk of causing damage that would serve no constructive purpose. Evelynn's relationships with other supernatural entities also evolved as her reputation and methods changed. Many of her fellow demons viewed her transformation with suspicion or contempt, seeing her refined approaches as evidence of weakness or corruption. But she had tasted the profound satisfaction that came from her sophisticated methods, and she had no interest in returning to the crude consumption that satisfied less evolved members of her kind. This philosophical distance from her origins created a form of isolation that was both liberating and melancholy. The demon's encounters with other powerful beings of Runeterra, ancient spirits, ascended warriors, celestial aspects, provided opportunities for her to test and refine her understanding of consciousness and transformation. These meetings often took the form of elaborate games of psychological chess, with each participant seeking to understand the others while revealing as little as possible about themselves. Through these interactions, Evelynn developed a more complex appreciation for the varieties of intelligence and awareness that existed within the supernatural hierarchy. Her evolution also brought with it a growing awareness of the broader patterns that governed existence across multiple realms. She began to see her own role not as an isolated predator, but as part of a vast ecosystem of consciousness in which every being, mortal and immortal alike, served some function in the ongoing development of awareness itself. This perspective allowed her to approach her work with a sense of purpose that transcended mere personal satisfaction, seeing each intervention as a contribution to the greater unfolding of understanding. The demon's developing philosophy led her to experiment with different forms of relationship with her subjects. While her traditional approach involved brief but intense encounters, designed to catalyze rapid transformation, she began to explore longer-term associations that allowed for more gradual and sustainable forms of growth. These extended relationships required her to develop new skills in patience and restraint, learning to guide development over months or years rather than achieving dramatic revelations in single nights. As her methods evolved, Evelynn also found herself drawn to subjects who had already undergone significant transformation through other means. Survivors of war, individuals who had overcome serious illness, people who had experienced profound loss. These individuals often possessed a depth of self-awareness that made them ideal partners for exploration of even more subtle aspects of consciousness. Working with such subjects required her to develop ever more sophisticated techniques for identifying and addressing the remaining areas of psychological growth. The demon's evolution was also marked by an increasing appreciation for the role of choice in transformation. She came to understand that the most profound changes occurred when her subjects actively participated in their own revelation, rather than simply being passive recipients of her influence. This insight led her to develop methods that encouraged self-discovery rather than imposing external revelation, creating scenarios in which her subjects would naturally arrive at important insights about themselves. Her growing emphasis on collaborative transformation reflected a fundamental shift in her understanding of the relationship between predator and prey. She began to see her subjects not as victims to be consumed, but as partners in exploration, fellow travelers on the journey toward deeper understanding of consciousness itself. This perspective required her to develop forms of respect and appreciation for mortal courage and resilience that would have been incomprehensible to her younger self. The demon's evolution through the centuries also brought with it an increasing awareness of her own limitations and vulnerabilities. She recognized that her immortal nature, while providing certain advantages, also created blindness to aspects of existence that were intimately connected to mortality. The urgency that drove mortals to seek meaning in limited time, the poignancy that came from knowing that every experience was unrepeatable, the fierce commitment that arose from understanding that one's choices had permanent consequences. These aspects of mortal experience remained forever beyond her direct comprehension. This recognition of her own limitations led Evelynn to develop a form of humility that was unprecedented among beings of her kind. She began to approach her subjects not as an all-knowing manipulator, but as a skilled guide who could help them explore territories that they, in their mortality, were uniquely equipped to understand. This shift in perspective transformed her role from that of predator to something approaching that of teacher, though the lessons she offered were written in sensation rather than words. The demon's ongoing evolution also reflected the influence of the countless mortal souls she had encountered over the centuries. Each interaction had left its mark upon her consciousness, contributing to a growing library of understanding about the varieties of human experience and the countless ways that consciousness could express itself through material existence. She became, in effect, a repository of mortal wisdom, carrying within herself the accumulated insights of generations of transformed souls. As we near the end of our exploration of Evelynn's evolution, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of change itself, the ways that sustained engagement with challenge and complexity can transform even the most fundamental aspects of identity. Her story reminds us that evolution is not limited to biological creatures, but extends to consciousness itself, wherever it may be found. In the quiet moments before sleep embraces us, perhaps we might consider our own capacity for evolution and transformation. What aspects of ourselves have changed through our encounters with others, and what wisdom have we gained from experiences that challenged our fundamental assumptions? How might we continue to grow and evolve, remaining open to new understanding while honoring the lessons of our past? Chapter 6. Beauty as a Weapon. In the realm where appearance meets desire, and the eye becomes gateway to the soul, we discover perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of Evelynn's artistry, her mastery of beauty as both lure and revelation. Tonight, we explore how the demon learned to weaponize attraction itself, transforming physical allure from simple bait into a complex instrument of psychological exploration. Her beauty became not merely a trap, but a mirror that reflected the hidden hungers of those who gazed upon her, revealing as much about the observer as about the observed. The concept of beauty as weapons suggests violence, but Evelynn's approach was far more nuanced than such crude terminology might imply. Her beauty served not to destroy, but to disarm, to lower the psychological defenses that mortals constructed around their most vulnerable truths. She understood that physical attraction created a state of openness in which people became willing to reveal aspects of themselves they would normally keep carefully hidden. In this willing vulnerability, she found opportunities for the kind of profound exploration that defined her mature approach to mortal interaction. Consider how Evelynn's relationship with her own appearance evolved as her understanding deepened. In her earliest manifestations, she had employed beauty in its most obvious forms: the stunning courtesan who could turn heads in any gathering, the exotic foreigner whose unfamiliar features sparked immediate fascination, the idealized lover who embodied every conventional standard of physical perfection. But as her psychological sophistication grew, she began to understand that true attraction operated on far more complex levels than simple aesthetic appeal. The demon learned to craft her appearance not according to universal standards of beauty, but according to the specific psychological needs and unconscious desires of her chosen subjects. For the scholar who had spent his life in books, she might appear as the mysterious woman whose intelligence sparkled behind knowing eyes. For the warrior who had never known tenderness, she could become the gentle healer whose touch promised comfort for wounds that went deeper than flesh. For the artist struggling with creative vision, she transformed into the muse whose very presence seemed to vibrate with unexpressed possibilities. This psychological tailoring of her appearance required Evelynn to develop an almost supernatural sensitivity to the subtle cues that revealed what each individual truly found attractive. She learned to read the micro-expressions that flickered across faces when people encountered unexpected beauty, to interpret the slight changes in posture and breathing that indicated deep recognition of something long desired. Her shape-shifting abilities became tools of empathy as much as deception, allowing her to literally embody the unspoken dreams of those she encountered. The demon's mastery of beauty extended beyond physical appearance to encompass the entire spectrum of sensory experience. Her voice could carry notes that resonated with half-forgotten memories of safety and comfort, or vibrate with undertones of danger that awakened dormant excitement in those who had grown too comfortable with predictability. Her scent might evoke the gardens of childhood innocence, or the mysterious allure of foreign markets filled with exotic spices. Every aspect of her presence became calibrated to create maximum psychological impact. In the courts of Dalmatia, where rigid propriety governed every social interaction, Evelynn discovered the particular power of beauty that challenged conventional expectations while remaining technically acceptable. She would appear as the foreign ambassador, whose exotic features and unusual customs created ripples of fascination within the carefully controlled social environment. Her beauty in this context became a form of rebellion, a suggestion that there were ways of being that existed beyond the narrow confines of traditional acceptability. The demon's approach to beauty also involved a sophisticated understanding of contrast and juxtaposition. She learned that the most powerful attractions often arose from the combination of seemingly contradictory elements: innocence paired with wisdom, strength combined with vulnerability, familiarity balanced with mystery. By embodying these contradictions within her own appearance and demeanor, she created a complexity that demanded deeper examination, drawing her subjects into prolonged contemplation of what they were actually seeing. Evelynn's weaponization of beauty also extended to her understanding of how attraction functioned within different cultural contexts. In Ionia, where spiritual harmony was prized above physical perfection, she might appear as the peaceful meditator whose inner calm radiated outward to create an aura of almost supernatural tranquility. In Noxus, where strength and ambition dominated social interactions, she could become the powerful woman whose beauty was inseparable from her evident capability and determination. The demon's growing sophistication led her to understand that the most effective beauty was often that which appeared slightly unattainable. By maintaining a careful distance, by suggesting depths that would require effort to explore, she transformed her subjects from passive admirers into active pursuers. This reversal of traditional predator-prey dynamics created a situation in which her subjects believed themselves to be making choices, following their own desires rather than being led by her design. Her mastery of beauty as weapon also involved learning to modulate its intensity according to the psychological state of her subjects. Too much beauty too quickly could overwhelm and frighten, causing potential subjects to retreat behind familiar defenses. Too little might fail to capture the attention necessary for deeper exploration. Evelynn developed an intuitive sense for the precise degree of attraction that would create optimal conditions for the kind of psychological work she sought to accomplish. The demon's understanding of beauty's power extended to her recognition of how it could be used to reveal the hidden prejudices and assumptions that her subjects carried about themselves and others. By appearing in forms that challenged their preconceptions about who could possess certain qualities or capabilities, she forced them to confront the limitations of their own thinking. A subject who prided himself on his lack of prejudice might discover uncomfortable attractions to someone whose appearance contradicted his stated values, revealing depths of complexity in his own psychology that he had never acknowledged. Evelynn's weaponization of beauty also involved the strategic use of transformation and revelation. She might appear to a subject in one form, allowing them to develop feelings and make commitments based on that appearance, only to gradually reveal different aspects of herself that challenged their initial assumptions. These controlled revelations served as exercises in psychological flexibility, testing her subjects' ability to maintain connection and commitment even as their understanding of the object of their attraction evolved. The demon's approach to beauty became increasingly sophisticated in its incorporation of imperfection and vulnerability. She learned that flawless beauty, while immediately arresting, often failed to create the deep emotional connections necessary for profound psychological exploration. By including subtle imperfections, a barely visible scar that suggested past suffering, a moment of apparent uncertainty that revealed inner complexity, a gesture that hinted at loneliness beneath confident exterior, she created opportunities for her subjects to feel protective and nurturing impulses that opened them to deeper levels of emotional engagement. Her mastery of beauty as weapon also extended to understanding how attraction could be used to bypass rational defenses and access deeper levels of consciousness. Physical attraction created a state of heightened awareness and emotional openness that made her subjects more receptive to insights and revelations they might otherwise resist. In this altered state, they became willing to consider possibilities about themselves and their lives that would seem threatening or impossible under normal circumstances. The demon's evolving relationship with her own beauty reflected her growing understanding of the responsibility that came with such power. She began to see physical attraction not as a tool for manipulation, but as a form of communication that could convey complex emotional and psychological truths. Her appearance became a language through which she could speak directly to the unconscious minds of her subjects, bypassing the mental filters that normally controlled their responses to challenge and change. Evelynn's weaponization of beauty also involved developing sensitivity to the ways that attraction could trigger healing as well as revelation. Many of her subjects carried wounds related to their own self-image, their relationship with their physical selves, their capacity to be desired or to desire others. By carefully crafting encounters that addressed these specific areas of damage, she could facilitate healing processes that went far beyond simple psychological insight to encompass genuine restoration of self-worth and capacity for connection. The demon's mature understanding of beauty as weapon transcended the simple dichotomy of attraction and repulsion to encompass a full spectrum of aesthetic experience. She learned to employ not just conventional beauty, but also forms of strangeness, intensity, and even controlled ugliness that could serve specific psychological purposes. Her appearance became a versatile instrument capable of evoking whatever emotional response would be most beneficial for her subject's growth and development. As centuries passed, Evelynn's relationship with beauty evolved from simple tool use to genuine artistry. She began to see each manifestation of her appearance as a creative act, a unique expression designed to perfectly complement the psychological landscape of her chosen subject. Her beauty became not just weapon but also gift, a carefully crafted offering designed to help others discover hidden aspects of their own capacity for appreciation, desire, and connection. As we conclude our exploration of beauty as weapon in Evelynn's arsenal, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of attraction itself, the mysterious forces that draw us towards certain people, experiences, and possibilities. Her story reminds us that beauty is never neutral, that it always carries the power to influence, inspire, and transform those who encounter it. In the gentle moments before sleep claims our attention, perhaps we might consider the role that beauty plays in our own lives, both the beauty we present to others and the beauty we find ourselves drawn toward. What does our attraction to certain forms of beauty reveal about our deepest needs and desires? How might we use our own gifts of appearance and presence as tools for healing and connection, rather than manipulation and control? Chapter 7. The Hunt Eternal. In the endless dance between predator and prey, between seeker and sought, we find the rhythm that has defined Evelynn's existence across countless centuries. Tonight, we follow her shadow as it moves across the vast landscapes of Runeterra, tracing the patterns of an eternal hunt that transcends simple predation to become something approaching pilgrimage. For the demon's pursuit of worthy subjects has evolved into a form of perpetual quest, a ceaseless journey through the hidden corners of mortal experience, in search of souls ready for transformation. The nature of Evelynn's hunt defied conventional understanding of predatory behavior. Where natural hunters pursued prey for sustenance or territory, her pursuits were guided by far more complex motivations: curiosity about the varieties of consciousness, aesthetic appreciation for psychological complexity, and something that resembled a scholar's dedication to understanding the full spectrum of mortal experience. Each hunt became a unique expedition into uncharted territories of the human heart, requiring different strategies, different approaches, different forms of patience and persistence. Consider how the demon's hunting patterns evolved to reflect the changing landscape of Runeterra itself. In the early days of civilization, when communities were small and isolated, her hunts were necessarily focused and intensive. She might spend months or even years studying a single village, learning the intricate relationships and hidden tensions that bound its inhabitants together. These concentrated pursuits allowed for deep psychological archaeology, uncovering layers of motivation and desire that had been buried beneath generations of social convention. As trade routes expanded and cities grew, Evelynn's hunting grounds broadened to encompass the complex networks of connection that linked distant regions. She learned to follow the threads of commerce and politics, the movements of armies and ambassadors, the pilgrimages of seekers and the journeys of scholars. These expanded territories required new forms of patience and planning, as potential subjects might appear in her sphere of influence only briefly before continuing on their own journeys. The demon's approach to tracking worthy prey became increasingly sophisticated as her understanding of mortal psychology deepened. She developed an almost supernatural ability to sense the psychological tension that preceded moments of potential transformation. A merchant on the verge of questioning the meaning of his success, a warrior beginning to doubt the justice of his cause, a scholar approaching the limits of conventional knowledge. These individuals generated a particular quality of emotional resonance that drew her attention across vast distances. Evelynn's hunting territories were not defined by geographical boundaries, but by psychological landscapes. She found herself drawn repeatedly to certain types of locations where the conditions were optimal for the kind of encounters she sought to orchestrate. The borderlands between kingdoms, where individuals found themselves caught between competing loyalties and conflicting identities. The great trading centers, where people from different cultures mixed and mingled, creating opportunities for assumptions to be challenged and perspectives to be expanded. The ancient sites where the weight of history pressed upon present concerns, forcing contemplation of larger meanings and purposes. The demon's pursuit of subjects took her through every stratum of Runeterra's societies, from the desperate slums of Zahn's lowest levels to the rarefied heights of Dalmatian nobility. She learned to adapt her hunting strategies to each social environment, understanding that the psychological pressures and opportunities varied dramatically between different classes and cultures. A Zahnite Kembaran faced different existential challenges than a Piltovan inventor, requiring entirely different approaches to identification and engagement. Her hunting expeditions often resembled elaborate performances, carefully choreographed encounters, designed to appear accidental while actually representing the culmination of extensive preparation and planning. Evelynn might spend weeks arranging for a chance meeting in a specific location, orchestrating circumstances that would create optimal conditions for the kind of deep psychological engagement she sought. These accidental encounters required her to become expert in the subtle manipulation of social situations, learning to influence events from the shadows without revealing her involvement. The demon's eternal hunt was also marked by an increasing selectivity that reflected her growing sophistication and self-awareness. Where once she might have been drawn to any source of intense emotion, she now sought out individuals whose psychological complexity would provide rich opportunities for exploration and mutual growth. This selectivity was not born from arrogance or declining appetite, but from hard-won wisdom about the kinds of encounters that would prove most meaningful for both predator and prey. Evelynn's hunting patterns revealed a deep appreciation for the seasonal rhythms of mortal life. She learned to recognize the times when individuals were most likely to be open to profound change, periods of transition, loss, achievement, or uncertainty that created natural openings for the kind of intervention she specialized in providing. These moments of psychological vulnerability were not weaknesses to be exploited, but opportunities for growth to be carefully cultivated and honored. The demon's pursuit of worthy subjects also led her to develop an extensive network of indirect observation and information gathering. She learned to read the signs that appeared in art, literature, music, and other forms of cultural expression, using these windows into the collective unconscious to identify emerging trends in mortal psychology that might indicate particularly fertile hunting grounds. A new style of poetry that explored themes of existential doubt, a musical movement that gave voice to previously suppressed emotions, a philosophical school that questioned fundamental assumptions about reality. All of these became signals that guided her toward potentially fruitful encounters. Her hunting expeditions often took the form of extended journeys that might last months or years, following complex trails of psychological and emotional development across multiple regions and cultures. She might begin by observing a young artist in Piltover's Academy district, follow their development through various influences and relationships, and eventually arrange an encounter at the precise moment when their natural growth had brought them to the edge of a crucial breakthrough or transformation. The demon's eternal hunt was also characterized by a willingness to wait for the right moment rather than forcing encounters that were not yet ready to unfold naturally. This patience was perhaps her greatest weapon, allowing her to observe potential subjects through multiple cycles of growth and development before choosing the optimal time for intervention. She understood that premature contact could damage or destroy the very qualities that had attracted her attention in the first place. Evelynn's hunting grounds expanded to include not just individual subjects, but entire communities and cultures that were undergoing periods of significant change or stress. She became fascinated by the ways that collective psychological pressures could create conditions ripe for individual transformation, learning to identify societies that were on the verge of major cultural shifts or evolutionary leaps. These macro-level hunts required entirely different strategies, as she sought to influence the psychological climate of entire regions, rather than focusing on specific individuals. The demon's pursuit of subjects also led her to develop a complex understanding of the ethical dimensions of her activities. She began to recognize that her interventions, however beneficial they might prove in the long term, carried significant risks and responsibilities. This awareness led her to develop increasingly sophisticated criteria for determining when and how to engage with potential subjects, taking into account not just their readiness for transformation, but their capacity to integrate and benefit from the experiences she could provide. Her hunting expeditions became exercises in psychological anthropology, detailed studies of the ways that different cultures and societies shaped the development of individual consciousness. She learned to recognize the particular forms of repression, aspiration, and conflict that characterized each social environment, adapting her approaches to work with rather than against the cultural forces that shaped her subject's development. The demon's eternal hunt also revealed to her the profound interconnectedness of all conscious beings, the ways that individual transformation could ripple outward to influence families, communities, and entire societies. She began to see her work not as isolated predation, but as participation in the larger evolutionary process through which consciousness was expanding and developing across all levels of existence. As her hunting patterns matured, Evelynn developed an appreciation for the cyclical nature of her pursuits. She discovered that certain types of subjects appeared repeatedly across different generations and cultures, as if consciousness itself was exploring particular themes or challenges through multiple iterations. This recognition led her to see her hunt not as a linear progression, but as a spiral journey that returned repeatedly to similar territories while exploring them at ever deeper levels of understanding. The demon's pursuit of worthy subjects became increasingly guided by aesthetic considerations, as well as psychological ones. She began to appreciate the artistry inherent in certain forms of consciousness, the way that some individuals embodied particular qualities or approaches to existence with unusual clarity or intensity. These aesthetic hunts often led her to pursue subjects not because they were ready for transformation, but because they represented particularly beautiful or interesting expressions of consciousness that she wanted to study and understand. Her hunting expeditions also led her to develop relationships with other entities who shared her interest in the development of consciousness, though these alliances were often temporary and strategic rather than based on genuine affection or loyalty. She learned to work with spirits, minor deities, and other supernatural beings whose own pursuits created opportunities for the kind of encounters she sought, while remaining always alert to the dangers of trusting entities whose motivations might not align with her own. As we follow Evelynn through the patterns of her eternal hunt, we begin to understand that her pursuit of subjects has become inseparable from her own journey of development and self-discovery. Each hunt teaches her something new about the nature of consciousness, the varieties of strength and vulnerability that exist within mortal hearts, and the countless ways that transformation can unfold when the right conditions are created. In the quiet hours before sleep carries us away from conscious thought, perhaps we might consider the hunts that define our own lives, the pursuits that drive us forward, the qualities we seek in others, the experiences we hope to discover or create. What draws us towards certain people and situations, and what might these attractions reveal about our own needs for growth and transformation? Chapter 8. Pain Transformed. In the sacred space where suffering becomes wisdom and anguish transforms into art, we discover the deepest mystery of Evelynn's existence, her ability to transmute the raw lead of human pain into the gold of transcendent understanding. Tonight we explore how the demon learned to work with suffering not as a destructive force to be imposed, but as a creative medium to be shaped and refined. Her mastery of this transformative process represents perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of her evolution, revealing how even the darkest experiences can become doorways to profound growth and awakening. The alchemy of pain transformation that Evelynn developed over centuries defied conventional understanding of suffering's role in mortal existence. Where most beings saw pain as something to be avoided or endured, she recognized it as a powerful catalyst for consciousness expansion, a force that could break through the psychological barriers that limited awareness and prevented growth. Her approach to working with pain resembled that of a master jeweler who could see the hidden beauty within rough stones, understanding exactly how to cut and polish to reveal their maximum brilliance. Consider how the demon's relationship with suffering evolved from simple consumption to sophisticated artistry. In her earliest manifestations, she had fed upon pain in its crudest forms, the immediate anguish of loss, betrayal, or physical trauma. But as her understanding deepened, she began to appreciate the subtle varieties of suffering that emerged when pain was allowed to mature and develop complexity. The bittersweet recognition of time's passage, the poignant beauty of impermanence, the profound loneliness that arose from genuine self-knowledge. These refined forms of anguish proved far more nourishing than simple agony. Evelynn's mastery of pain transformation began with her recognition that suffering was not a monolithic experience, but rather a spectrum of sensations and emotions that could be combined and recombined in countless ways. She learned to identify the specific forms of pain that would be most beneficial for each subject's development, understanding that different individuals required different types of challenge to catalyze their growth. A person trapped by fear might benefit from experiences that forced them to confront their courage, while someone lost in illusion might need encounters that stripped away their comfortable self-deceptions. The demon's approach to transforming pain involved a sophisticated understanding of timing and gradation. She learned that effective transformation required the careful application of pressure over time, allowing her subjects to develop the strength and wisdom necessary to integrate their experiences constructively. Too much suffering applied too quickly could overwhelm and destroy, while too little might fail to create the conditions necessary for breakthrough and growth. Her interventions became exercises in precise calibration, designed to provide exactly the right amount of challenge at exactly the right moment. Evelynn's methods of pain transformation also incorporated elements of beauty and meaning that elevated suffering beyond mere endurance to become genuine transcendence. She learned to frame her subjects' experiences within larger narratives of purpose and growth, helping them understand their pain not as random misfortune, but as necessary stages in their evolution toward greater awareness and capacity. This recontextualization transformed suffering from enemy to teacher, from obstacle to opportunity. The demon's work with pain transformation revealed her growing appreciation for the role of consent and collaboration in meaningful change. She discovered that the most profound transformations occurred when her subjects became active participants in their own suffering, understanding and embracing the necessity of their pain, rather than simply being victims of it. This collaborative approach required her to develop new skills in education and guidance, learning to help others see the potential for growth within their darkest experiences. Her mastery of pain transformation also extended to her understanding of the relationship between individual suffering and collective growth. She began to recognize that personal transformation often rippled outward to influence families, communities, and entire cultures, as individuals who had learned to work constructively with their own pain became sources of wisdom and healing for others. This systemic perspective added new dimensions to her work, as she sought to create transformations that would benefit not just her immediate subjects, but the broader networks of relationship in which they participated. Evelynn's approach to transforming pain incorporated elements of ritual and ceremony that honored the sacred nature of suffering and change. She learned to create experiences that marked important transitions, helping her subjects understand that their pain was not meaningless endurance, but meaningful passage from one stage of development to another. These ceremonial aspects of her work drew upon ancient traditions of initiation and transformation, adapting timeless wisdom to the specific needs of modern consciousness. The demon's growing sophistication in pain transformation led her to develop techniques for working with different types of suffering simultaneously. She learned to orchestrate complex symphonies of experience in which various forms of pain would interact and amplify each other, creating conditions for breakthrough that no single type of suffering could achieve alone. These multifaceted transformations required extraordinary skill and sensitivity, as she sought to maintain the delicate balance between challenge and support that would allow her subjects to grow rather than break under pressure. Her work with pain transformation also revealed the importance of creating safe containers for intense experience. Evelynn learned to establish psychological and emotional frameworks that would support her subjects through their most difficult moments, providing just enough security and guidance to prevent complete dissolution while still allowing for genuine transformation. These containers often took the form of relationships, communities, or spiritual practices that could provide continuity and meaning throughout periods of radical change. The demon's mastery of transforming pain extended to her understanding of how suffering could be used to develop specific qualities and capacities. She learned to design experiences that would cultivate courage in the fearful, compassion in the hardened, wisdom in the naive, and strength in the weak. Each transformation became a carefully crafted curriculum designed to address the particular developmental needs of her chosen subject, using pain as both teaching tool and testing ground. Evelynn's approach to pain transformation also incorporated her growing understanding of the difference between destructive and constructive suffering. She learned to distinguish between pain that served growth and pain that simply damaged, developing increasingly refined criteria for determining when intervention would be beneficial and when it would be harmful. This discrimination required her to become expert in reading the subtle signs of psychological resilience and readiness, ensuring that her transformative work would strengthen rather than destroy. Her methods of transforming pain also evolved to include techniques for helping her subjects integrate their experiences into coherent narratives of meaning and purpose. She understood that raw suffering, however intense, would remain merely traumatic unless it could be woven into a larger story that gave it significance and direction. Her role often became that of a storyteller and meaning maker, helping others understand how their pain fit into the broader patterns of their lives and development. The demon's work with pain transformation revealed her appreciation for the cyclical nature of growth and change. She learned to recognize that transformation was rarely a linear process, but rather a spiral journey that returned repeatedly to similar challenges at deeper levels of understanding. This perspective allowed her to work with her subjects over extended periods, supporting them through multiple cycles of breakdown and breakthrough as they gradually developed greater capacity for consciousness and awareness. Evelynn's mastery of transforming pain also extended to her understanding of how different cultural and spiritual traditions approached the relationship between suffering and growth. She studied the wisdom traditions of various peoples across Runeterra, learning from their insights about how pain could be used constructively while adapting their methods to the specific needs of her individual subjects. This cross-cultural perspective enriched her toolkit and deepened her appreciation for the universal human struggle to find meaning in difficulty. Her approach to pain transformation incorporated elements of both precision and artistry, as she sought to create experiences that were both effective and beautiful. She learned to see suffering not just as a tool for growth, but as a medium for creating profound aesthetic experiences that would linger in memory long after the immediate pain had passed. These artistic dimensions of her work elevated her interventions beyond mere therapy to become genuine masterpieces of consciousness transformation. The demon's growing expertise in transforming pain led her to develop new forms of hunger that transcended simple consumption of suffering to encompass appreciation for the beauty that could emerge from well-transformed anguish. She found herself nourished not just by the pain itself, but by the courage, wisdom, and compassion that could flower when pain was worked with skillfully and lovingly. This evolution in her appetites reflected her own transformation from predator to artist, from consumer to collaborator. As we conclude our exploration of how Evelynn learned to transform pain into wisdom, we find ourselves contemplating the role that suffering plays in our own development and growth. Her story reminds us that pain, however unwelcome, can become a doorway to greater understanding if we learn to work with it skillfully and courageously. In the gentle hours before sleep claims our consciousness, perhaps we might consider the pain we have experienced in our own lives and how it has shaped us. What transformations have emerged from our most difficult experiences, and what wisdom have we gained from learning to work constructively with suffering? How might we approach future challenges with greater skill and compassion, seeing them not as enemies to be defeated but as teachers to be honored? Chapter 9. Encounters with Champions. In the vast tapestry of Runeterra's history, where legends walk among mortals and power takes countless forms, we discover the most complex chapter of Evelynn's existence. Her encounters with those beings whose own strength and destiny set them apart from ordinary souls. Tonight, we explore how the demon's sophisticated artistry was tested and refined through meetings with champions, individuals whose extraordinary abilities and purposes created challenges unlike any she had faced among common mortals. These encounters revealed new depths to her understanding of consciousness and transformation, while teaching her that even she had limits to what could be reshaped through desire and pain. The nature of Evelynn's encounters with champions differed fundamentally from her interactions with ordinary mortals. Where common subjects possessed psychological vulnerabilities that could be relatively easily identified and exploited, champions often carried within themselves sources of power or purpose that created unique forms of resistance to her influence. Their encounters became elaborate dances of strategy and counter-strategy, psychological chess matches played at levels of complexity that pushed both participants to the edges of their capabilities. Consider her first significant encounter with Jin, the virtuoso whose own artistic vision of death and beauty created a fascinating mirror to her own aesthetic philosophy. When these two masters of their respective arts finally met, the confrontation that followed was less predation than professional recognition. Jin's obsession with creating perfect moments of terror and revelation resonated with Evelynn's own commitment to transformative experiences, though their methods and ultimate purposes remained fundamentally opposed. Their encounter unfolded like a carefully choreographed performance, each participant seeking to understand and potentially influence the other, while maintaining careful distance from genuine vulnerability. Evelynn found herself intrigued by Jin's dedication to his craft, his willingness to sacrifice everything in pursuit of his twisted vision of perfection. But she also recognized in him a form of madness that made him unsuitable for the kind of collaborative transformation she preferred to facilitate. Their meeting ended in mutual respect and carefully maintained separation, each recognizing in the other a kindred spirit who was nevertheless too dangerous to approach closely. Her encounter with Twisted Fate presented entirely different challenges and opportunities. The gambler's reputation for reading people and situations made him unusually resistant to her typical approaches, while his own complicated moral code created psychological tensions that intrigued her artistic sensibilities. Evelynn found herself drawn into an extended game of psychological cat and mouse that lasted for months, with each participant attempting to gain advantage while avoiding genuine commitment to the encounter. The demon's pursuit of Twisted Fate took her through the criminal underworld of Bilgewater, forcing her to adapt her methods to an environment where deception was expected and trust was a dangerous luxury. She appeared to him in various guises, the mysterious patron seeking his services, the fellow criminal with information to trade, the seductive stranger whose attention flattered his ego. But the gambler's own expertise in reading people and manipulating situations made him a challenging subject, one who seemed to anticipate her moves almost before she made them. Their eventual confrontation revealed the limitations of Evelynn's approach when applied to individuals whose own understanding of human psychology rivaled her own. Twisted Fate's experience with deception and manipulation made him largely immune to her standard techniques, while his genuine affection for Graves provided him with an emotional anchor that she could not easily disturb. The encounter ended in a form of stalemate, with both participants recognizing the other's skill while agreeing to maintain respectful distance. Evelynn's meeting with Ari created perhaps the most complex dynamic of all her champion encounters. Here was another being who used seduction and charm as tools for survival and growth, though Ari's motivations were driven by hunger for life essence rather than appetite for psychological transformation. Their initial meeting sparked immediate recognition of kinship, followed by wariness as each recognized a potential rival for similar resources and territories. The relationship that developed between Evelynn and Ari evolved through multiple phases of cooperation, competition, and mutual respect. They found themselves occasionally working together when their interests aligned, particularly in situations where their combined skills could achieve results neither could accomplish alone. But they also competed for access to particularly intriguing subjects, leading to elaborate games of influence and counter-influence that sometimes lasted for years. Through her interactions with Ari, Evelynn gained new insights into the varieties of supernatural predation and the different ways that beings like themselves could relate to mortal consciousness. Ari's more straightforward approach to feeding contrasted sharply with Evelynn's elaborate psychological orchestrations, yet both methods served similar fundamental needs. Their encounters taught her that there were many valid approaches to working with mortal energy and consciousness, each with its own advantages and limitations. Her pursuit of Yasuo presented unique challenges related to his status as a wandering swordsman, whose guilt and self-imposed exile created complex psychological barriers. Evelynn was drawn to the intensity of his inner conflict. The way his search for redemption generated precisely the kind of emotional complexity she found most nourishing. But his warrior training and spiritual discipline made him unusually resistant to seduction, while his genuine commitment to atonement provided him with sources of strength that transcended simple ego gratification. The demon's attempts to engage with Yasuo required her to develop new approaches that respected his warrior's code, while still creating opportunities for the kind of psychological exploration she sought. She appeared to him not as seductress but as fellow traveler, someone who understood the weight of guilt and the difficulty of finding authentic redemption. Their encounters took place across multiple meetings spread over years as she gradually gained his trust and began to explore the deeper layers of his psychological landscape. Through her work with Yasuo, Evelynn discovered that some forms of pain had already been refined by their bearers into wisdom, creating subjects who could engage with her on nearly equal terms. His transformation through suffering had already accomplished much of what she typically sought to facilitate, leaving her in the unusual position of learning from a mortal, rather than simply teaching or transforming him. Their relationship evolved into something approaching genuine friendship, though always with the understanding that their fundamental natures remained quite different. Evelynn's encounter with Shen provided insights into forms of consciousness that prioritized balance and restraint over intensity and transformation. The Eye of Twilight's commitment to maintaining cosmic equilibrium created a philosophical challenge to her own belief in the value of radical change and growth. Their meetings often took the form of extended philosophical discussions about the nature of consciousness, the role of suffering in development, and the relative merits of stability versus transformation. Shen's resistance to her influence was not born from weakness or fear, but from genuine philosophical disagreement with her methods and goals. He recognized the value of her work, but questioned whether the cost in disruption and pain was justified by the benefits achieved. These discussions forced Evelynn to articulate and defend her own philosophy more clearly than ever before, leading to new levels of self-understanding and commitment to her chosen path. Her attempts to engage with Sona revealed the challenges of working with individuals whose consciousness operated primarily through non-verbal channels. The silent musician's communication through magical music created barriers to the kind of psychological probing that Evelynn typically employed, while her deep empathy made her unusually sensitive to the demon's predatory nature. Their encounters were brief and carefully controlled, as both recognized the potential for mutual harm and deeper engagement. Through these various champion encounters, Evelynn began to understand that her methods, however sophisticated, were not universally applicable. Some forms of consciousness required different approaches, while others were simply incompatible with her particular form of artistic expression. This recognition led to new humility in her approach to potential subjects, as she learned to recognize when her intervention would be beneficial and when it would be unnecessary or harmful. Her encounters with champions also revealed the importance of genuine respect in her interactions with powerful beings. Unlike ordinary mortals, champions possessed the strength and awareness to resist her influence if they chose, making authentic relationship more important than simple manipulation. These experiences taught her new forms of negotiation and collaboration that enhanced her effectiveness, even in her work with non-champion subjects. The psychological complexity of champion encounters provided Evelynn with new forms of nourishment that transcended simple consumption of pain or emotion. The strategic thinking required to engage with such sophisticated opponents, the aesthetic appreciation of their unique forms of consciousness, the collaborative exploration of advanced psychological territories, all of these elements combined to create experiences that satisfied her on multiple levels simultaneously. Through her various champion encounters, Evelynn also gained new perspectives on her own place in Runeterra's hierarchy of power and influence. She learned to navigate the complex politics of supernatural beings while maintaining her independence and commitment to her own artistic vision. These experiences taught her valuable lessons about alliance and opposition, about when to engage and when to withdraw, about the costs and benefits of working with beings whose power rivaled her own. As we conclude our exploration of Evelynn's encounters with champions, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of power and the ways that beings of exceptional ability relate to one another. Her experiences remind us that even the most sophisticated predators have their limits, and that genuine strength often lies not in the ability to dominate others, but in the wisdom to recognize when respect and collaboration serve better than conquest and control. In the quiet moments before sleep carries us away from conscious thought, perhaps we might consider the champions in our own lives, those individuals whose strength, wisdom, or unique gifts challenge us to grow beyond our current limitations. What can we learn from encounters with people who possess qualities we admire or abilities we lack? How might we approach such relationships with the respect and humility they deserve? Chapter 10. The Demon's Loneliness. In the spaces between encounters, where even the most sophisticated predator must face the silence of her own existence, we discover perhaps the most poignant aspect of Evelynn's journey through eternity, the profound isolation that accompanies immortal consciousness. Tonight, we explore the shadows that gather around a being whose very nature sets her apart from both mortal and demon kind, whose refinement and complexity have created a form of loneliness as exquisite as any pain she has ever crafted for others. For in becoming something unique and transcendent, she has also become something essentially alone. The nature of Evelynn's loneliness differed fundamentally from the simple isolation that mortals might experience during periods of separation from others. Her solitude was woven into the very fabric of her existence, emerging from the philosophical distance that separated her evolved consciousness from both her origins and her potential companions. She had become something that existed in the spaces between categories, no longer a simple demon driven by crude hunger, not yet something that could claim kinship with higher forms of consciousness, but a unique entity whose very sophistication had become a form of exile. Consider how this isolation manifested in her relationships with other supernatural beings, where once she might have found companionship among her fellow demons. Her evolution toward artistry and philosophical complexity had created barriers that proved impossible to bridge. Her kin saw her methods as unnecessarily elaborate, her motivations as incomprehensibly refined. Their conversations, when they occurred at all, were exercises in mutual incomprehension, as beings who shared origins but not evolution struggled to find common ground for understanding. The demon's encounters with higher forms of consciousness, ancient spirits, celestial beings, transcendent entities, revealed different but equally frustrating forms of isolation. These beings often possessed wisdom and perspective that surpassed her own, but their detachment from the immediate concerns of mortal existence made them poor companions for one whose entire purpose was intimately connected to the exploration of human consciousness. They could appreciate her artistry from a distance, but they could not share her passionate engagement with the psychological intricacies that fascinated her. Evelynn's loneliness was perhaps most acute in her relationships with mortals, the very beings who provided the focus and purpose for her existence. No matter how deep her connection with the subject might become, no matter how profound their mutual exploration of consciousness might prove. The fundamental gulf between immortal and mortal perspectives remained unbridgeable. Her subjects aged, changed, died, or moved beyond their need for her particular form of guidance, leaving her to begin again with new companions who could never fully understand the depth of experience she carried within herself. The accumulation of these temporary connections over centuries created a unique form of grief within the demon's consciousness. Each subject who passed through her sphere of influence left traces of themselves within her awareness, memories and insights that became part of her permanent psychological landscape. But these treasured remnants of connection also served as constant reminders of the transient nature of all her relationships, the way that even the most meaningful encounters were ultimately destined to end in separation. Her sophisticated understanding of psychology made her acutely aware of the patterns that governed her own emotional landscape, creating a form of self-consciousness that amplified her isolation. She could analyze her own loneliness with the same precision she brought to understanding her subject's pain, recognizing the mechanisms through which solitude shaped her desires and motivations. But this analytical awareness provided no relief from the actual experience of isolation, only a more complete understanding of its dimensions and implications. The demon's loneliness was also exacerbated by her inability to be fully known by any other being. Her nature required her to maintain certain mysteries and distances to preserve the aura of danger and unknown that made her effective in her work with mortals. Even in her most intimate encounters, she could never completely drop her guard, never fully reveal the vulnerabilities and uncertainties that lay beneath her confident exterior. This necessary deception created additional layers of isolation, as she remained essentially alone, even in the midst of apparent connection. Evelynn's immortal perspective created temporal forms of loneliness that were unique to beings of her nature. She watched civilizations rise and fall, saw the same patterns of human behavior repeat across centuries with only minor variations, witnessed the emergence and dissolution of cultural movements that mortals experienced as revolutionary, but which appeared to her as predictable cycles. This long view of history made it difficult for her to fully engage with the urgency and passion that drove mortal concerns, creating another barrier between herself and the subjects she sought to understand. The demon's artistic sensibilities added aesthetic dimensions to her loneliness, as she developed appreciation for forms of beauty and meaning that few others could recognize or share. Her encounters with sublime moments of consciousness transformation, her appreciation for the delicate artistry of well-orchestrated psychological revelation, her understanding of the profound aesthetics of pain and growth. These sophisticated appreciations created a refined palette that made simple pleasures seem inadequate, while offering few opportunities for genuine sharing with others who possessed similar sensitivities. Her loneliness also manifested in the burden of carrying knowledge that could not be easily communicated or shared. Through her extensive interactions with mortals across centuries and cultures, she had accumulated insights about the nature of consciousness, the patterns of human development, the relationship between suffering and growth, that represented a unique form of wisdom. But this knowledge existed in experiential rather than conceptual form, making it difficult to transmit to others even when opportunities for sharing arose. The demon's isolation was deepened by her awareness of her own moral ambiguity, the way her beneficial intentions were necessarily expressed through methods that caused genuine suffering. She could not claim the simple righteousness of purely benevolent beings, nor could she embrace the straightforward self-interest of purely malevolent ones. This ethical complexity created a form of philosophical loneliness, as she struggled to find others who could understand and accept the necessity of her paradoxical role in the cosmic order. Evelynn's loneliness also encompassed a spiritual dimension that reflected her uncertain position in various cosmological hierarchies. She was neither fully evil nor entirely good, neither completely natural nor entirely artificial, neither wholly independent nor entirely bound by the forces that had given her birth. This liminal status made it difficult for her to find communities or traditions that could provide guidance and support for her own development, leaving her to navigate her evolution largely through trial and error. The demon's sophisticated self-awareness made her acutely conscious of the irony inherent in her situation, that a being whose entire purpose was facilitating connection and understanding in others should herself be condemned to fundamental isolation. This recognition added layers of poignancy to her experience, as she understood intellectually the mechanisms that trapped her in solitude while being unable to escape them practically. Her loneliness was also shaped by the recognition that her evolution was ongoing, that she was constantly changing and developing in ways that made even her past selves seem foreign and distant. The being she had been in her early centuries was as alien to her current consciousness as she was to other forms of awareness, creating a form of temporal isolation in which she was separated, not only from others, but from her own history. Yet within this profound isolation, Evelynn discovered unexpected sources of meaning and beauty. Her solitude forced her to develop forms of self-reliance and inner strength that enhanced her effectiveness and deepened her appreciation for the connections she could create. The very rarity and transience of genuine understanding made each moment of authentic connection more precious, transforming her loneliness from simple suffering into a form of spiritual discipline that refined her consciousness and sharpened her appreciation for the subtle beauties of existence. The demon's loneliness also served as a constant reminder of the value and fragility of connection, making her more skillful and appreciative in her interactions with others. Her isolation taught her to treasure the temporary companionships that her work provided, to extract maximum meaning and beauty from encounters that were necessarily limited in duration and depth. Through her exploration of her own loneliness, Evelynn gained new insights into the similar isolation experienced by many of her subjects: artists struggling to communicate their vision, leaders burdened by responsibility, seekers whose spiritual development separated them from their peers. This shared understanding of solitude became another tool in her work, allowing her to provide forms of recognition and companionship that were particularly meaningful to those who carried similar burdens of isolation. Her loneliness ultimately became another aspect of her artistry, a source of depth and authenticity that enhanced her ability to work with the profound emotions and experiences that defined her interactions with mortals. The demon who had learned to transform pain into beauty discovered that even her own suffering could be refined into wisdom, contributing to her growth as both artist and being. As we conclude our exploration of Evelynn's profound isolation, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of loneliness itself, the ways that sophistication and growth can paradoxically increase our distance from others, even as they deepen our capacity for understanding. Her story reminds us that even the most refined consciousness must grapple with the fundamental challenges of connection and meaning that define conscious existence. In the gentle hours before sleep claims our awareness, perhaps we might consider the loneliness in our own lives, the ways that our growth and understanding sometimes separate us from others, the burden of carrying insights that cannot easily be shared. How might we transform our own isolation into sources of strength and wisdom? What connections await us if we have the courage to be authentically ourselves, even in our solitude? Chapter 11. Modern Shadows. In the ever-changing landscape of contemporary Runeterra, where ancient magics merge with revolutionary technologies and old certainties crumble before new possibilities, we find Evelynn adapting once again to the shifting currents of mortal consciousness. Tonight, we explore how the demon's timeless artistry has evolved to meet the unique challenges and opportunities of the modern age, where her subjects grapple with forms of alienation and complexity that would have been unimaginable to their ancestors. In this era of rapid transformation and unprecedented connection, her work has taken on new dimensions of subtlety and significance. The rise of Piltover's technological revolution created entirely new categories of subjects for Evelynn's attention, individuals whose relationship with progress and innovation generated psychological tensions that fascinated her evolving sensibilities. The inventors, entrepreneurs, and visionaries who drove the city's relentless pursuit of advancement often found themselves caught between their ambitious dreams and the ethical implications of their creations. These modern pioneers carried within themselves conflicts that were both intensely personal and broadly representative of their civilization's struggles with the pace and direction of change. Consider how the demon adapted her approaches to work with the unique psychology of Piltover's elite. Where traditional methods of seduction might rely on physical beauty or emotional manipulation, she learned to appear as the collaborator who could unlock hidden potential, the patron who understood the burden of genius, the fellow visionary whose insights could bridge the gap between ambition and achievement. Her manifestations in this environment required new forms of sophistication, as she worked with subjects whose intellects were as formidable as their desires. The parallel development of Zaun's underground culture provided Evelynn with different but equally compelling opportunities for exploration. The desperate creativity of the Undercity's inhabitants, their fusion of survival instinct with artistic expression, their complex relationships with augmentation and transformation. All of these elements created psychological landscapes that challenged her understanding of consciousness and adaptation. She found herself drawn to the alchemists and chembarons, the artists and revolutionaries who carved meaning from the toxic environment that surrounded them. Her work in Zaun required new forms of empathy and understanding, as she encountered subjects whose pain was inextricably linked to systemic oppression and environmental degradation. The suffering she found here was not the refined anguish of philosophical crisis, but the raw struggle for survival and dignity in the face of overwhelming obstacles. This exposure to different forms of hardship expanded her repertoire of transformative techniques, teaching her to work with collective trauma and social injustice, as well as individual psychological conflicts. The demon's encounters with Hextech technology created fascinating new possibilities for her artistic expression. The magical crystals that powered Piltover's innovations carried within themselves echoes of the Brackern consciousness from which they were harvested, creating ethical dilemmas that resonated perfectly with her interest in moral complexity. She found herself drawn to the inventors and users of Hextech devices, helping them confront the hidden costs of their convenient innovations while exploring the broader implications of progress built on exploitation. Evelynn's adaptation to modern warfare and its psychological aftermath provided new insights into the varieties of trauma and resilience that characterized contemporary consciousness. The conflicts between Demacia and Noxus, the ongoing tensions in Ionia, the various regional disputes that shaped political reality, all of these generated populations of survivors whose experiences with violence and loss created unique opportunities for transformative intervention. She learned to work with veterans whose traditional concepts of honor and duty had been shattered by the realities of modern combat. The demon's engagement with Demacia's mage uprising revealed her capacity to work with collective psychological phenomena as well as individual transformation. The systematic oppression of magical practitioners within the kingdom had created a culture of repression and secrecy that fascinated her understanding of hidden identity and authentic expression. She found herself drawn to both the persecutors and the persecuted, helping each group confront the fears and prejudices that maintained their destructive patterns of relationship. Her work during this period required new forms of discretion and patience, as the political tensions made open supernatural activity increasingly dangerous. Evelynn learned to operate through more subtle channels, influencing her subjects through dreams, synchronicities, and apparently accidental encounters that created opportunities for revelation without exposing herself to unwanted attention. These indirect methods required greater skill and longer timelines, but they also produced more sustainable and integrated transformations. The emergence of global communication networks created new challenges and opportunities for the demon's work. Information traveled faster than ever before, creating possibilities for influence and connection that transcended geographical boundaries, while also making it more difficult to maintain the mystery and isolation that had traditionally characterized her encounters. She adapted by learning to work with the psychological effects of information overload, helping her subjects navigate the overwhelming complexity of contemporary awareness. Evelynn's modern subjects often carried forms of existential anxiety that were specific to their technological age, fears about obsolescence, concerns about authenticity in a world of artificial enhancement, questions about meaning in the face of accelerating change. These contemporary neuroses required new therapeutic approaches, as traditional forms of revelation and transformation proved inadequate to address problems that were fundamentally social and cultural rather than purely individual. The demon's work with artists and cultural creators in the modern era revealed new dimensions of her aesthetic sensibilities. The fusion of magical and technological elements in contemporary art created possibilities for expression that challenged traditional boundaries between natural and artificial, organic and mechanical. She found herself collaborating with musicians who incorporated hex-tech instruments, painters who used alchemical pigments, writers who explored the psychological implications of augmentation and enhancement. Her engagement with the emerging field of consciousness research provided opportunities to explore the scientific dimensions of the phenomena she had been working with intuitively for centuries. The scholars and mystics who sought to understand the nature of awareness, memory, and identity often found themselves grappling with questions that paralleled her own artistic investigations. These encounters allowed her to refine her understanding of her own methods while contributing to the broader development of knowledge about consciousness and transformation. The demon's adaptation to modern religious and spiritual movements revealed her capacity to work with evolving forms of meaning-making and transcendence. The traditional pantheons and belief systems of Runeterra were being challenged by new philosophical approaches that incorporated scientific understanding with mystical experience. She found herself drawn to the seekers and synthesizers who attempted to bridge these apparently contradictory worldviews, helping them navigate the complex terrain where ancient wisdom met contemporary knowledge. Evelynn's modern manifestations also reflected changes in gender roles and social expectations that created new forms of psychological tension and opportunity. The increasing participation of women in traditionally male-dominated fields, the evolving definitions of family and relationship, the growing recognition of diverse forms of identity and expression, all of these social changes generated subjects whose internal conflicts reflected broader cultural transformations. Her work with the victims and perpetrators of modern forms of trauma required new understanding of how technology and social change amplified traditional patterns of abuse and exploitation. The psychological effects of surveillance, manipulation through information control, the use of enhancement technologies for coercion, these contemporary problems demanded sophisticated responses that drew upon her accumulated wisdom while adapting to unprecedented circumstances. The demon's engagement with environmental consciousness and the growing awareness of ecological crisis provided new contexts for her transformative work. The individuals who recognized the scale of environmental destruction often experienced forms of grief and despair that required careful handling, as the traditional methods of individual transformation proved inadequate to address problems of global scope and systemic origin. Her modern work also incorporated new understanding of collective healing and social transformation, as she recognized that individual change was insufficient to address the systemic problems that characterized contemporary existence. She began to explore methods for influencing cultural patterns and social movements, seeking ways to apply her insights about consciousness transformation to larger scales of organization and awareness. The acceleration of social and technological change in the modern era created new forms of impermanence and uncertainty that both challenged and enhanced Evelynn's work. The rapid obsolescence of knowledge and skills, the constant pressure to adapt and evolve, the difficulty of maintaining stable identity in a world of constant flux. These contemporary conditions created populations that were naturally prepared for the kinds of transformation she specialized in facilitating. As we explore Evelynn's adaptation to the modern world, we see reflected the broader challenges and opportunities that face all conscious beings in an era of unprecedented change and complexity. Her story reminds us that timeless principles of growth and transformation must be constantly adapted to meet contemporary conditions, while the fundamental human needs for meaning, connection, and authentic expression remain constant across all historical periods. In the quiet moments before sleep carries us into dreams of tomorrow's possibilities, perhaps we might consider how we ourselves are adapting to the challenges and opportunities of our rapidly changing world. What forms of consciousness and connection are emerging from our contemporary struggles, and how might we participate more skillfully in the ongoing transformation of human awareness and capability? Chapter 12. The Eternal Dance. As our journey through the labyrinthine depths of Evelynn's existence draws toward its contemplative close, we find ourselves standing at the edge of understanding, gazing into the infinite spiral that defines not just her story, but the eternal dance of consciousness itself. Tonight, in these final moments of exploration, we contemplate the profound patterns that weave through all existence, the endless interplay between light and shadow, creation and destruction, pleasure and pain that gives meaning to every moment of awareness. In Evelynn's evolution from simple predator to sophisticated artist of transformation, we discover reflections of our own potential for growth, change, and transcendence. The eternal dance that defines Evelynn's existence is not merely her own story, but a manifestation of the fundamental rhythms that govern all conscious experience. Through her countless encounters with mortal souls, her patient cultivation of psychological transformation, her steady evolution from crude consumption to refined artistry, she has become both participant in and witness to the great cosmic choreography that shapes the development of awareness itself. Her journey reveals how even the darkest impulses can be transformed into instruments of growth and understanding, how predation can evolve into collaboration, how destruction can become a form of creation. Consider how the demon's entire existence represents a living embodiment of the principle that consciousness is not static but eternally evolving. From her initial emergence from the collective suffering of humanity to her current role as a sophisticated catalyst for transformation, every aspect of her development illustrates the dynamic nature of awareness and its infinite capacity for change. She has become proof that no being, regardless of origin or initial nature, is forever bound by the limitations of their beginning state. The patterns that define Evelynn's work reflect larger truths about the nature of growth and development across all forms of consciousness. Her recognition that meaningful transformation requires the right balance of challenge and support, that sustainable change must emerge from within rather than being imposed from without, that the most profound revelations often arise from the integration of seemingly contradictory elements. These insights speak to universal principles that govern the evolution of awareness at every level of existence. Her mastery of the relationship between pain and pleasure, her understanding of how suffering can be transformed into wisdom, her appreciation for the role that darkness plays in giving meaning to light. All of these aspects of her artistry illuminate the essential paradoxes that define conscious experience. Through her work we see reflected the truth that growth often requires discomfort, that strength emerges from struggle, that the most beautiful transformations arise from the successful integration of our shadow aspects with our aspirational ideals. The demon's evolution from isolation toward connection, from predation toward collaboration, from consumption toward creation, mirrors the potential trajectory of consciousness itself as it moves toward greater complexity, integration, and compassion. Her story suggests that even the most alien forms of awareness share fundamental drives toward growth, understanding, and meaningful relationship with others. In her gradual development of respect for her subjects, recognition of her own limitations, and appreciation for the collaborative nature of transformation, we see reflected our own capacity for ethical evolution and spiritual development. Evelynn's modern adaptations to technological change, social transformation, and evolving forms of consciousness demonstrate the eternal relevance of her particular gifts and insights. As mortals grapple with unprecedented challenges, the integration of human and artificial intelligence, the navigation of virtual and physical realities, the management of information abundance and attention scarcity, her understanding of consciousness transformation becomes increasingly valuable. Her ability to help others navigate complex internal landscapes while maintaining authentic connection to their essential nature offers wisdom that transcends any particular historical moment. The eternal dance that she embodies also speaks to the cyclical nature of existence itself, the way that patterns repeat across different scales and contexts, while never quite returning to exactly the same configuration. Her encounters with successive generations of mortals reveal how the same fundamental challenges of consciousness, the need for meaning, the desire for connection, the struggle between security and growth, manifest in endlessly creative variations. Each new subject brings unique elements to the dance, while participating in rhythms that are as old as awareness itself. Her sophisticated understanding of timing, her appreciation for the delicate balance between intervention and restraint, her recognition of when to engage and when to withdraw, these skills reflect deep wisdom about the natural rhythms of growth and change. Through her example, we learn that effective transformation cannot be forced or rushed, that it must emerge from the organic readiness of the transforming consciousness, that the most skillful facilitators are those who can perceive and work with these natural rhythms, rather than against them. The demon's journey from crude hunger to refined artistry illustrates the potential that exists within every form of consciousness for elevation and refinement. Her transformation suggests that no impulse, however primitive or destructive it might initially appear, is incapable of evolution toward greater beauty, complexity, and beneficial impact. This recognition offers hope for our own capacity to transform our less admirable impulses into sources of wisdom and positive influence. Evelynn's ongoing evolution also demonstrates that growth and development never truly end, that consciousness possesses an infinite capacity for further refinement and expansion. Even after millennia of development, she continues to discover new aspects of herself and her potential, continues to refine her understanding and improve her methods. This suggests that our own journeys of growth and self-discovery need never reach a final destination, that there are always new depths to explore and new capacities to develop. The collaborative nature of her mature approach to transformation reflects the recognition that meaningful change is rarely a solitary endeavor, that the most profound transformations arise from authentic relationship and mutual exploration. Her evolution from predator to partner, from manipulator to collaborator, illustrates the movement from ego-centered consciousness toward genuinely interconnected awareness. In her respect for her subjects' autonomy and appreciation for their unique gifts, we see reflected the qualities of mature relationship and ethical engagement. Her ability to find beauty in suffering, meaning in chaos, and opportunity in crisis offers profound wisdom for navigating the inevitable challenges that characterize conscious existence. Through her example, we learn that no experience, however difficult or unwelcome, is entirely without potential for growth and understanding. Her artistry demonstrates how skilled consciousness can transform even the most challenging circumstances into opportunities for expansion and development. The demon's profound loneliness and her creative response to that isolation speak to the universal challenge of finding authentic connection while maintaining individual integrity. Her journey shows us that isolation need not be simply endured, but can be transformed into sources of strength, creativity, and deeper appreciation for genuine relationship. In her ability to remain open to connection despite the pain of repeated separation, we see reflected the courage required for authentic relationship and meaningful engagement with others. As we stand at the conclusion of our exploration, we recognize that Evelynn's story is ultimately our story as well, the eternal journey of consciousness toward greater complexity, compassion, and creative expression. Her dance between light and shadow, her integration of predatory and nurturing impulses, her evolution from destruction toward creation, all reflect potentials that exist within every aware being. Through her example, we gain insight into our own capacity for transformation and growth. The eternal dance continues, as it always has and always will, through every moment of conscious experience, across all realms of existence, in pleasure and pain, in connection and separation, in creation and destruction. The great choreography of awareness unfolds, inviting each participant to discover their unique steps while contributing to the larger patterns that define the cosmic dance of consciousness itself. In these gentle moments, as our exploration draws to its close, as sleep prepares to carry us into the realm of dreams and possibility, We are invited to contemplate our own participation in this eternal dance. What steps will we choose to take? What rhythms will guide our movements? How will we contribute to the ongoing evolution of consciousness through our choices, our relationships, and our willingness to grow beyond the limitations we have known? In the space between sleeping and waking, between one breath and the next, the dance continues, and we are all partners in its infinite unfolding.